Hello. Welcome to the stream, everybody. How is everyone doing today? We are back with Ace Attorney. Hello, everybody. I hope you're ready for some Ace Attorney, guys. I certainly am. It's been a hot minute with Ace Attorney, a whole month, I believe. So let's get straight into it, shall we? This is Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. Yes. And we are... So we did an investigation. Yes. So as far as what I understand, Athena is pinned as a prime suspect of the murder of Clay. We are still in that space thing. Oh, good. I'm so glad. We are still in that space thing and we're doing the trial. It's day one, the trial. You know what I do wish? I wish for like a recap. Like sometimes I forget. December 20th, 3:11 p.m. Very specific. Love it. District Court Defendant Lobby number 5. Mumbo. And we met Pearl. Look at her all grown up. Bless her. So she's going to help us out. But we're not Apollo. We are Phoenix. We're Phoenix, right? So we've... Oh, who was it? Somebody had the mega lock, did they? I remember. Who had the mega lock? Was it Athena? Don't tell me Athena? Don't tell me Athena had a mega lock. Okay. I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Right. Who had the special locks? You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red cyclock protects a secret a person is consciously trying to hide. Somebody had a red cyclock. If the person falls under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yup, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. But a black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in the person's heart. Okay. So the red cyclocks, they're normal cyclocks. They're perfectly fine. We could do that. It's purely based off confession. The black cyclocks are the most evil ones. Protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. We're getting into the nitty-gritty of it. A secret that the person isn't even consciously aware of. I went from a lawyer to a psychologist. Jesus. This is stressful. So even they don't know it's there. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. Okay, so this is Athena. God damn it, Athena. Why? You're such a good character. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the cyclocks. According to my research... A black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. I thought it would have something to do with the heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Great. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? Is there going to be like a bad ending, good ending? Please no. I hate bad ending, good endings. They are the worst. Because I somehow, in my smart brain, managed to get a bad ending. And I'll be like, well, that's that then. I do not have the motivation to get the good ending now because I got the bad ending. This has happened so many times. More times than I would like to count. She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I forgot Edgeworth is back! Yes! Oh, Edgeworth, my baby. Yes. Edgeworth. Oh my god, he's back, guys. Edgeworth is back. I have to be able to give this trial all of my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No. No, that's not what we're saying, pal. What we're saying is that you're not as good as Maya. That's what we're saying. Yeah. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. Oh, that too. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. All right. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Oh, it's like old times. Good, now that my mind is at ease, I'd better get ready. I'll just tidy up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. This fucking thing started 7 years ago. Right, I remember now. December 20th. We have gone into history. District Court, courtroom number 4. That's what I remember. There was a murder happened 7 years ago. Was it a murder? It was something. Yeah, it was a murder. So we found out about Athena's mom. Back then. Fuck. And it could potentially be Prosecutor Blackquill. Oh, that has something to do with it. I forgot. I remember now. This is all coming back to me. I was worried I'm just going to forget everything. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But today, this ruin is my battleground. Oh, and we're starting with the robot. Great. I'm so glad. Court or some facsimile thereof is now in session for the trial of Athena's site. Grubber, 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 grubber. Not a facsimile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Whatever. Whatever. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Jesus. Oh, yeah. This is Blackwill's sister. Not the robot. The one who's controlling the robot, obviously. I gave her a Valley Girl accent because she's annoying and pisses me off. Please try not to upset Miss Blackquill. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. Edgeworth, I need you on my side here, darling. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. Wait, what did you say? What? How did I do a Valley voice? What did you... Oh my god, I can't do it. What did you say? Oh, Jesus, that sounds fucking awful. Okay, well, it will come naturally. Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the UR1 incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today. Precisely. The darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the UR1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackquill has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, right? But the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. Look, we're behind you, Edgeworth. We're behind you, Phoenix. We're behind everyone. Come on, let's go. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder in the 1st degree. Okay, well, not that. Okay, well, fuck me, I guess. Fuck Athena Sykes, am I right? 1st degree murder.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready,
Yeah, it's not like this is some anime or anything.
court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Just fuck already. Just fuck it. There's a ruined courtroom. And just do it. This immense tension between us is like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackquill of false accusations and end this insanity. But I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackquill did it either. Somebody did something! So do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackquill. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. I bet you it's the sister. It's gotta be the sister. I bet you she was jealous. To put it simply, a spy. She did say that. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. It's gotta be the sister. She has the robots. Who else could it be? But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackquill and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I am here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself, in all the trials I have ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Oh, of course, you're right. I was just joking, just having a little fun. in a bombed up courthouse, in a trial, dealing with a murder charge. But no, it's fine. We'll just joke around. Oh, and the dark age of law. We can't forget that. We're just joking around, guys, that's all. Who cares about murder in the dark age of law? Right, guys, it's fine. Everything is fine. It's dandy. Look, we're going to play darts after this. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October the 7th. I see, yes. The victim, psychologist Metis Sykes, that's Athena's mum, was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Oh, how funny, the robotics lab. Yeah, I think she was working alongside Blackwill's sister. I can't remember her name for the life of me. That's good. It's a good thing that we're going to forget her. So, yeah, so she was killed in the robotics lab, weirdly enough, on the 4th floor, where she and Blackwill's sister worked. Athena's mother. Simon Blackquill, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackquill was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Do I have that photo? I do. Okay, then. Very incriminating evidence indeed. Yeah, that doesn't look good, does it? It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackquill did indeed... Well, hang on, Judge! We've only just did the opening statement here. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusions of the kind. Got it! I knew it would come naturally. Aura! Oh my god, that was her name. Oh. I was so right to give her a valley voice. Oh, fuck you, Aura. That's a banana statement is unfair. Now, hurry up and call the witness. Sorry, I should do it in a robot. How do you make a valley girl sound robotic? This opening statement is unfair. Now hurry up and call the witness. Is that right? God. I got fucked, Aura. I hope you get fucking executed. We know you killed Athena's mom. It was fucking obvious. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is a trial sponsor, after all. Edgeworth, what are you doing? Why are we catering to this insane woman? Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever playing the court puppeteer, I see. Such a prosecutor way. The prosecution calls its first witness, a witness who decided to bring forth a new testimony after 7 long years. He's doing the thing. Someone else was does this pose, and I can't remember who. It's not Edgeworth. Edgeworth's pose is this Edgeworth's pose? I don't remember him doing that. I remember someone else doing that. I don't like Blackwell poking his eye out. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Who indeed? Oh, Fulbright! Let's go! Fulbright's the name, in justice we trust. What are you doing here? Why are you asking that? Let him in. He'll be our help. Yes. I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. Why are you speaking for her? She has a robot. She has a voice and a robot. Oh, as you can tell with me trying to do a robotic Valley Girl accent, it's pretty atrocious. She says she's too busy, what with confining and threatening the hostages and all. So busy. What hostages is she so... Hiya, Gulpy. Hello, lovely. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I am doing good. I am very tired. And I have to start work early tomorrow, so I feel like it's going to be a short stream. But we'll see. Let's see how we do. We'll see how we do. We're doing well. We're doing well. How about you? That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonko. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best. I'm watching you. Yes, because that's what we want in the court. This face that's watching us. We will make sure that... We will make sure you do this trial our way, otherwise the hostages would be totally dead and you will be so over. Crab hands. Does she do those? Does she do those I don't know what Jensies do. Does she do the whole clock it thing? I heard about the clock it. What's clocking it? Guys, what's clocking it? She's clocking it. She's clocking at me. She's like, yes, clock it, clock at the hostages if the trial don't go away. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. Right, she's doing this because her brother's innocent. But we knew that. Can we have our hostages back, please? Fucking hell. We're going to watch a movie, Ghost of Mrs. Muir. How do you pronounce that name? But that sounds interesting. I take it it's a ghost horror story. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her theory. Her theory is she's stupid. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Do we get to see the notes? Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Okay. Someone else was at the scene at the time. They say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena's size. What, the 7-year-old? Fuck me, this little girl is dumb. Wait, Athena's 18 years old now. What's 18 take away 7? 11. When she was 11 years old. Okay. Aura. And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. Oh. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling. The movie isn't scary. Oh, nice. So what kind of movie is it? About the case you mentioned, there were other rolling cases like that one in the lab. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases, all different sizes. Oh, these ones. Okay. Okay, so they're not for traveling. They're on the left-hand side here. Blue ones. Okay. At the last trial, they thought the prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. You see, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. Okay. And that camera captured footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. I can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing, that's for sure. Okay. 7-year-old video updated in the court record. Okay, so we got a bit of that. That case, by the way, was later discovered outside on the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? Yeah, she's a child. She was a child. Where is she? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony. That's fair enough. She was 11, and there was no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? Oh. Oh, fuck. That is what the evidence is saying. Yes. But don't you fucking go quiet. What is this? I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused's mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course, the girl had a very strong motive. Dr. Sykes was a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. Is that something Athena was struggling with then? Are we dealing with, like, who watched The Big Bang Theory? You know Leonard's mom? And she constantly writes papers about Leonard's issues he has to deal with during childhood. Is it like that for, air quotes, science? Is it something like that? I feel like it is. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing? Yes, she's done it quite a few times in court. The ability to read emotions from speech and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Oh, they saying Athena Sykes, an 11-year-old little girl, killed her mother for the research paper about emotions? Why? That Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Oh, fuck. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Experiments? What kind of experiments? Fucking hell. Ah! Well, I didn't know we were going to go down this route, and the fact that this is in a collapsed courtroom. This is eerie. Order, order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. But we must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could, Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Alright, cross-examining. Ooh, let's go. It's been a while. Simon isn't the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. That's fucking awful.
Hold it!
Hold it. So Prosecutor Blackquill willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else? Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackquill appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackquill is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But we can believe that. Yeah, we're not denying that in the fucking slightest. It's just that I feel like we're focusing on the wrong bit here. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine. I expected no less. Well, you know, we do have hostages as well, guys. I shouldn't forget about them. Ooh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. Yeah, is it lawyer tension or sexual tension? Maybe it's both. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah, I feel extra invigorated too. So let's keep going. Oh, the invigoration. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder.
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
Objection. Ooh, I love Edgeworth's objection. Very nice. No, Miss Blackquill has proper grounds for her claim.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place? Objection! 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 You're the one who screamed, hold it! And cut me off! Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny-weeny bit. This is fun. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. Moving on. Is it even Fulbright can fucking see it? This dumb ass, I'm here for justice, but I'm wearing sunglasses because I'm blind from the sun and justice. An idiot can see it. I mean, if it really was out to steal that moonrock, then why the rolling case?
Hold it!
This rolling case? I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackquill in it. So these three on the left. They but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Oh, okay. I was gonna say he took all three of them. No, he only took the biggest one. Don't tell me the body was in there. Yes, that's the one. And Miss Blackquill has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. That Edgeworth has just had enough of this bullshit. Oh, right. Of course. Reading them now. So, why the rolling case? Why the rolling case? Because I was using it to hide someone inside. That's why. So, it's either the body or Athena.
Hold it!
And how do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Well, it's quite big, Phoenix. Have you forgotten that we saw just such a thing only the other day? at your own daughter's magic show. She fit a grown person into a small box. She did? Oh, I'm fucking trying to remember. What the fuck did she do? And how does that dress know? Oh yeah, I hate to ruin the memory of a good day. A magic show? I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. I don't think these pressing statements helping in any way. But my apologies, I'll invite you both next time, I promise. I'm sure Trucy will love it. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? I don't know, Phoenix. We're talking about a box. We're talking about a person. We're talking about Blackquill. Aura. I don't know. Prosecutor Blackquill was using the case to hide someone. There we go. Well, he knows. The only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than conjecture, and it's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackquill had in that case? That is a very good point. I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
But we've established it wasn't the moon rock. There were 3 cases at the scene, but Prosecutor Blackquill used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
Be that as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what was in the case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes. Give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Should I try to bluff my way through? Normally, we would. Can't be the jacket. So this is the body. This is missing. Oh. I'm just going through photos. What's this thing then? Maybe bluff? I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackquill carried from this scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. Oh, I'll be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackquill left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackquill to see what's missing. If he took something with him, then it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Don't tell me it's the body. I'm gonna try the body. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackquill take from the scene of the murder? So we have to compare this to this. So there's a jacket. I bet you it's the arm. The katana is there. There's some sort of sheet. I'm surprised no one is talking about that. Okay. I think it's the arm.
Take that!
Please notice that there is a robot part on the top of the cart in this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this part is something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see it in the second picture. But it's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? Speaking of which. Okay. What are you looking at? Oh my god, what's a Valley Robot sound? What are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy, stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor? About this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe... I believe there was another robot at the scene that just looks like the one here. Your Honor, it is a defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What? But why is that important?
Objection.
We can't be certain that part belonged to a robot. Right. He's got a point. Because look at this. I thought this was blood. That looks like blood. I'm really scared. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Yes, it looks like the arm of the one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it's wrapped entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
Plus, it's got blood on it. I know for a fact that it is a robot arm. I could even tell which robot it belonged to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. But, Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type, says the old judge. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Oh, judge. Oh, bless you. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. The writing is impeccable, guys. So impeccable. We love it. We love it. We love it. But I know this piece of evidence proves that which robot the arm belonged to. Oh, I have to. Ponko. Can determine the presence of a human with that heartbeat. Can we? Let's have a look. Nope. Well, it must be this one.
Take that!
Is it? No, it's not. You're an utter incompetence. Oh, it's got... From my... I may not know my hard disk from my floppy drive. Oh, dear God, Phoenix. But I know this piece of evidence proves which robot the arm belonged to. Ah! That was... The robot in this picture is named Ponko. Well, the file I had was called Ponko. Oh, never mind. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. Your grandchild is not a robot, but whatever. The robot arm at the crime scene had the same bandaging wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Ponko. Order in the court. Order, I say. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? I concede that the robot is about the same size as a child, but it cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does comes up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. Oh dear. They've got me there. Unless you pull the pieces apart, so then did Prosecutor Black make Ponko fit into the case by dismantling her? Of course Ponko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. Yeah, I was going to say, it's a case to transport robotic tools. Right? It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there. Except that there was a body on the table where robots are dismantled and assembled. That is also true. Oh, what a way to go! Oh, there would have been no room to take the robot apart. No, just take apart a woman.
Objection!
Objection! But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? Oh! That red stuff, that wasn't blood. There was the same red stuff on Ponko. You mean the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? She's like... she'll be like, I don't know. I never took apart a robot with a katana before. I suppose so. Their joints aren't made of a very tough material. A blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know... that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Ponko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Ponko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean... Shit! That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It is instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. It was technically murder? We murdered the robot! He murdered the robot. The blood you see where the arm was cut off was transferred there by the bloody katana. Feed... But the blood still had to come from somewhere, Phoenix. You're not making a great argument. Most likely, the rest of Ponko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. It doesn't matter now, Phoenix. Where did the blood come from? Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case was not the defendant, but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Order in the court. It's true that Ponko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Okay. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Are we though, Phoenix? I felt like we're just stalling just for time to figure out how to get Athena out of murder case. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I concede that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Good. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. He knows his future husband so well. Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
But Ponko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I have been of a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Okay, now I'm intrigued. I am intrigued, Edgeworth. What were you going to say? He's been one step ahead of me this whole time. No, it's fine. I need to take something off. Skillsies. Oh, ATM. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body as if he were holding something. Or someone. That's hardly evidence. Yeah, I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found on the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain? With a distinctive shape? Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. Okay. Yes, she does wear those headphones. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. She says she hates them, I believe. Analysis has showed the bloodstain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, there was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. Interesting. A most gruesome stamp indeed. The judge is just enjoying this. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was without question present at the crime scene, and that concludes the prosecution's argument. Are we going to look into the proof of if that actually happened? Nah! Fuck. So we think Blackwell carried Athena, although based on the special headphones she wore. Although if the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her. Objection! But we've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. Objection. So much objections. I hope you're not making a ridiculous claim that a simple robot was a real murderer. Why not? Why can't a robot be a murderer? I feel like that's quite valid in my opinion, especially if it's controlled by a certain someone. Aura. Yeah, I see you, Aura. I see you. I don't really think that, no. But you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright, was the robot questioned at the time? No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. Well, that is just false, but as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, the defense would like to call Ponko to the stand. A robot witness? We got one already, Judge. But go, Ponko. Go, Ponko. Go, Ponko. Order in the court. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Well, what I think, Judge, and here's me thinking about this. If we had a parrot being a witness, Then I think we can have a robot be a witness. They're two completely different things. One of them is alive for starters, but a robot might have cameras, might have recording devices. It mimics what other people are saying, like, guess what? A parrot. So we'll have a robot here. Mr. White has called all manner of witnesses to the stand over the years. Thank you, Edgeworth. See, he agrees. He agrees. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. We'll just keep on surprising him. Very well, I'll allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon a robot named Ponko. Oh, thank goodness, a friendly face. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is not Witness. My name is Ponko.
Yes, I realise that. But when you are at the witness stand, you are the witness.
No, I'm not. I'm Ponko. Say it with me. Ponko. Ponko, Ponko, Ponko.
What an utterly inflexible little robot. God, his eyes were dark so fucking quick. Oh, look at that angry expression. Oh, Edgeworth. Duh. I can't get angry at a silly little robot. You're the last person you should be calling anybody inflexible. Phoenix, excuse me? What the fuck does that mean? Now you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. All right, Ponko. I'm going to ask you some questions.
Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions?
I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Mrs. Sykes. It was 7 years ago, on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab.
Certainly. Just one moment. Searching. Data. Search complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab.
I see. We're getting somewhere. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Ponko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes. It's inexcusable. The judge seems ready to adopt Ponko as another grandchild. Yes! I'm all for this. Judge, adopt Ponko. She will be in such better hands than Aura. Ponko deserves the best. So, little Ponko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? Yes, Ponko. Let's go.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
Oh, this doesn't sound good.
After I charged up, I was cleaning the room, and Mr. Simon came in. And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
That could mean something. Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? So, I believe having the data deleted is just as much of a clue as the data being there, as far as I understand, which means something incriminating happened that Ponko witnessed, which could relate to the murder. That's what I was getting anyway. At the end of the day, we mustn't forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot, its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statements need to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Yeah, that is not good. Oh, we're so fucked. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't. But yes, what this witnesses' statements are telling us is that the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? What's the murder weapon though? The knife? No, that's Clay's murder weapon. I'm so confused now. Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse?
Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised.
Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. Yeah, unfortunately, I interpreted that as well. I see. Murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Ponko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that.
When I am recharging, I go into sleep mode. But I remember everything before that. I have a very good memory.
You might as well admit defeat now, right? A cross-examination would be useless. No, I disagree. I disagree. I want to continue cross-examining Ponko, mostly because I don't want to hear aura. I don't want to see aura. I don't want to think about aura. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. But here's the thing, Edworth. Here's the thing. The robot told us that it didn't remember anything after that, which I interpreted that someone deleted the data, which is just as enough of a fingerprint as the actual data. But if that was the case, could the data be tempered? Would that be considered a lying? We're not lying in the sense that it's coming from a robot. Lying in the sense that someone was there to temper the data so it doesn't speak the truth. That's what we're going to figure out. Very well. Even if it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. It will never be a waste of time. You'll see. I'll show you both how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Let's go, Phoenix. We're right behind you. We're cross-examining this little girl.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge.
Hold it!
We're just going to keep pressing her. Your regular recharge? What is that exactly?
I have to refill my battery's power or else I'll stop working. I go to the lab to do that.
So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m., around the time of the murder?
That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Okay.
Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Mattis.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edward took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right?
Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying.
Couldn't tell, even though they were speaking so loudly.
I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me.
Okay, so it wasn't a temper thing. I suppose it's to avoid any sort of it, you know, picking up any sort of conversations. If it listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Ponko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was cleared. Now then, what happened after that?
And then Mommy Mattis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
So she went into sleep mode. I don't want to delve too deeply here, but could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment?
Mommy Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound.
Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document we found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. Where is it? Yeah, it can determine the presence of a human with a heartbeat detection system. Okay. There's another thing as well. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice they communicate with them. They detect the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. So... Hi, Spaces Grey. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? We are getting into the grittiness of the trial. We are against Edgeworth. This is Apollo Justice Ace Attorney, the second game. And we are Phoenix Wright against Edgeworth, where there's been a murder happening in the Space Center. But there's also been a murder happened 7 years ago in the Space Center that's related to Athena. So we had to figure out, we had to prove that Athena is not a murderer, but at the same time try to prove that this prosecutor we've been against, not Edgeworth, Blackquill, is also not a murderer. It's a bit complicated. It's so complicated. But anyway, lovely, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well and having a wonderful week, lovely. But wait a minute. That means if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment, Ponko, how is Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Good question. Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat?
Let's see. The moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just
then. Oh, fuck your recharging! Of all the unlucky timing. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Of all the unlucky timing. If you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proved that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder.
I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry.
It's fine. It's not like it's important or anything. But okay. The robot is designed to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. Rude. But it does appear it detected an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. But no... Hang on a fucking second. Let's have a look at... No. That's not where the heart is it? If it was stabbed directly at the heart, it will not pound at all. But yeah, as you can see, this red on the katana is so different to the red on her body. No, that's the left side. No, sorry, that's the... No, sorry, that's the right side. The heart is the left side. Oh no.
After Mummy Metis's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room.
What? What? Huh? The workbench, huh? Ponko must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Yeah. Is there something critical in Ponko's statement just now? Yeah, there is something. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like it added to her testimony. Very well. Ponko, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Oh, God, don't say that, Judge. Oh, God.
Mummy Metis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room.
Hold it!
Well, we know which statement to go for. Let's see. There are 2 round windows in the robotics lab. Which one did you mean?
The one on the right.
Hang on, I got a phone ring. Oh, fuck. Hang on a second. Hi, sorry about that. I am back. Am I back? Is the screen back? I was... What's going on? What's going on with Twitch? What is happening? Yeah, sorry about that. My dad rang, so we had a little bit of a chat and a natter and a catch up. And Twitch is not working. Why isn't Twitch working? Okay, let me refresh. Let me check the channel. Can you see me or can you... Oh, God. Well, something is happening. I don't know what's going on with Twitch. What's error 2000? Can you not? Twitch, what's going on? Oh, was there a connection issue? There shouldn't be. Let me check. Okay, it's back offline. Seribot is here. Okay. Wow, there is no Twitch. Twitch, what's wrong with you? YouTube is fine. YouTube is dandy. Not Twitch, though. Is there a connection issue? There might be, actually. Huh. Is that the same with... No? Come on, Twitch. Twitch doesn't like me. That is so weird. I think it might be a me thing. Oh, it might be this actually. Let me give this a go. This hasn't happened before. Okay, well, it is definitely a Twitch thing, I think. I don't know what's going on because every website seems to be fine. YouTube is doing fine, just not Twitch. Well done, Twitch. Well done. Yeah, so it is happening to you then, God Pharaoh. Fucking hell. I tried stop streaming and start streaming and it did not work. I say YouTube is working. Why? It does recommend. Unstable internet connection. Issues browser extension. I tried a browser refresh. It did not work. Is that what I need to do? I might need to do that. No. Okay. I might need to get rid of some cookies. Can it not? Okay. Okay. We give this a go? Thank you. Done. Did it work? It's not working. Twitch be twitching, still black screen. So is it a Twitch thing? I feel like it might be a Twitch thing. Can you hear me and see me on YouTube? Yeah. Okay, that's important. That's important. I can look into that tomorrow. As long as I'm still working on YouTube, that is fine. The one on the right near the hanging scroll. Sorry, I was away for like 30 minutes because I was talking to my dad. He wanted to update me on some things, but it's fine. So we are witnessing Ponko. I think that's a Twitch thing. I think that's definitely a Twitch thing. Twitch do be twitching because I cleared the cache. I refreshed the page. I don't think it's a router thing because everything else seems to be fine. It's definitely a Twitch thing, so. Another thing I can look into is. Well, it says Twitch, so I'll look into it a bit more. Alright. That's a shame, though. That is a shame. Okay. Near the one on the right near the hanging scroll. There or I don't know. Anyway, sorry Godpharaoh, how you doing, lovely? I hope you're doing very, very well. Sorry for craziness tonight.
The hanging scroll was Mummy Metis's prized possession.
Okay, in the pictures of the crime scene from 7 years ago, there is definitely... Ah, that screen. A hanging scroll and a Japanese theatre mask hanging on the workbench side wall. But is there some problem with this statement? Oh, God, Pharaoh, how did that go? I hope therapy went well, lovely.
After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in.
I suppose we can press Ponko on this. Prosecutor Blackwell? I wonder what he went there for.
His objective? I don't know.
I guess I can't very well ask Ponko to speculate. So what happened after Prosecutor Blackwell arrived?
And then an error occurred. There is no data after that point.
Don't think it really helped. Oh, I'm sorry, love. Was it your first therapy session? Yes. You don't remember what happened next? An error, huh? I wonder if... Also, could you check error number 2000 and see if that could connect to... Actually, I'm going to Google. Could error 2000... be an issue with Twitch? It might be the Twitch. And so this is the main reason why I stream on YouTube as well, in case something happens with Twitch, because you just don't know, do you? An error, huh? I wonder if...
Our data is only cut off at that point. I don't know anything after that.
For almost 2 years now. Oh. Oh, I don't know much about therapy, but do you feel like this therapist helped you at all in any way? The answer to that question is right here. According to the defense's theory, this photo shows when the robot was being taken apart. Exactly, we can conclude that. Ponko's error was the result of her being dismantled. Indeed. I'm gonna do a pin. Okay. There we go. In case someone comes up and see there's no stream, be like, where is the stream? And I'll be like, I don't know. It doesn't want to stream. It doesn't want to do things. I'm sorry. The bodies of these robots are designed to be controlled remotely by a separate computer. Yes, that's basically what Miss Blackwell explained to us too. She said their hearts and memories are stored on a separate computer. When the witness was taken apart, she lost the use of her body, but not her memories. That's how she is now still able to give testimony about the events of that day. Okay. Fascinating. It's as if she can be seriously wounded. I don't think like that. Sorry, I'm just gonna check. That's how she is now still able to give... Okay, you can, sorry for the echo. You can still hear me, so it's fine. It's if she could, but her soul still burns. You don't know. Oh, maybe that's something to talk to your therapist about. Definitely. Because I feel like if this sort of thing is stewing, it could potentially get worse. I don't know. I'm not a... I don't have an education in psychology. But if you feel like it's not helping you, that's something to definitely talk to your therapist about. There are a few parts of Ponko's testimony that are hard to interpret. Edward chose to interpret hugged as stabbed. But I'd better try to iron out who did what, where, and to whom for myself. Hold on, Athena. I'm going to save you. We'll save you, Athena. I think I know what statement to go for. It's... No, it's not that one. Mummy Metis fell down near the round window on the workbench side of the room. Can I get a different one? There is no workbench.
Objection!
Yeah, there is no workbench. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough.
I was helpful? Hooray, I'm so happy!
Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However, her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We've just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body? I'll tell you what. The defendant moved the body. The fact that the body was observed in two very different locations indicates that the defendant moved the body. That does seem like a plausible explanation. Oh no, Edward has... Is that really your final answer? Huh? Oh, he's right. A little kid. Oh! And the last thing I want to do is cast more suspicion Athena's way. Mr. Wright, your response? I've said that, Your Honor. Fuck. I can't unload. As a matter of fact, here is a little reminder for you as well. Oh, fuck. So the victim moved. Let me try that again, Your Honor. So the victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult. So the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Ponko observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moment of the murder. It looks like that the robotic dismantle machine thing was the one that killed her. Oh, I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Ponko here. What about the 11-year-old girl, you know? The daughter? Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
That's why that movement pissed me off. That was Karma's movement. Oh! Oh! Well, F. I don't know what's going on with my channel. My channel is still here, thank God. Yeah, it's just a black screen. Maybe it is Twitch thing. I don't know. I keep an eye on it. Right. Oh dear. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? But I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Vite in anything but a blue suit. Oh, Judge. Ashton! Hello, lovely. How's it going? Ooh, there's something I could do. But then again, you said... Godfarrow, you said that there was a black screen. How's it going, Ashton? Let me try. And everyone sees a black screen as well. Yeah, it's definitely a Twitch thing. We'll just stick with YouTube, and then we go from there. Oh, keep an eye on Twitch. God, that's annoying. Still dealing with DMV, but hey, it's another day I'm blessed enough to see. Oh, bless you, Ashton. Oh, I do hope you get better. I do hope you get better, lovely. Sorry, I'm dealing with Twitch issues at the moment because I multi-stream between Twitch and YouTube, which works perfectly fine, and then it's not. But I don't think it's like a network issue because YouTube streaming on YouTube still works, but for Twitch it's like nope. And I was AFK for a bit because I had a call from my dad, so it's like what? But hey, never mind. We'll just keep on keeping on. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree. Since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system, it would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. Is he giving me a hint? What's going on with Twitch? I don't know. It was streaming fine, but then all of a sudden it gives me an error 2000. And I checked my OBS and everything is green, so it's like, huh. And it's been saying it's a network issue, it's a connection issue, and blah blah blah. But it's like, but YouTube's working, and my email's working, and Facebook is working, and it seems to be a black screen for everyone. So it's like, it might be a Twitch side, but I'm seeing everyone else live, so it's tricky. It would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. Is Edward telling me to ask another question? We can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. Then who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Panko, allow me to ask you a question.
My name is Ponko. Say it with me, Ponko.
I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table?
Yes, I did. Athena asked me to.
Athena asked you to? Well, this isn't looking good. And what did you move, little Ponko?
I don't know. Unless something has an ID tag, I can't tell what it is.
An ID tag, you say?
Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what a thing is.
That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Yeah, recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. We need the space jacket. So it would appear that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. You can... I heard there's been a lot of issues lately with Twitch. My friend was talking about a stream he watched earlier. Okay, so it might be a Twitch thing then. That's why I multi-stream between Twitch and YouTube, because if anything happens with Twitch, at least I got YouTube as a backup, because it's much more robust and stronger because it's connected with Google. But yeah, at least with anything happening on Twitch, they can just go to the pinned comment and see the YouTube link to continue watching the stream. Because Twitch is quite weak, isn't it? It's quite weak. In one of the YouTube videos I've watched, I heard it's considered the worst platform in existence, and I think this is one of them. Like with the error 2000, it's like connection issue, server client issue, blah 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 blah. Clear your cookies, clear your browser, clear your cache, get rid of disable ad blocker, and blah blah blah. I done all that, still not working. So, and I checked all of my tabs. I refreshed it. They're all working perfectly fine. Touch wood. It's definitely a Twitch thing. It seems like it. Hopefully it will rectify itself so I can stream Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow night. But we will just have to see. That's all we can do. All we can do is we have to see. But if I can't stream on Twitch, at least I've got YouTube. That is important. I would think, lovelies. I think that is important. At least you would get to see me. You get to hear me. Oh dear, I feel sorry for you.
My name is Ponko!
But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do, at the very least. Sorry, it's worth. Boom. Miss Panko, on the defendant's command, move the body onto the operating table. Okay.
I'll put you on the operating table.
Hello, my love.
How's your stream?
Twitch is being a poo-poo head.
Oh no!
I've got an error 2000.
Didn't know they went that high. That must be a Twitch error.
It's a connection error, but I don't know if it's... I don't think it's us. Because I can still stream on YouTube.
Weird.
But I can't stream on Twitch. And somebody told me that there's been a lot of issues lately with Twitch, as his friend was watching a stream earlier. And probably had a similar issue.
Spotify also released a botched update this week as well.
Oh, love you too. Miss Panko, on the...
Gah!
Ponko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Isn't there any way you could tell?
I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell.
Give it up, right. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. So if her heart stopped, Ponko would consider her as an object to move. Oh! Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on it draped over a chair in the robotics lab. And only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object. That's a horrible thing to say. Objection! But Ponko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes, but she didn't. So that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth. A mask or anything else for that matter. The white cloth on the floor. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to tell it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then, using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. But the blood looks different. Order, but if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want a reason? Very well. What? You can't possibly have an explanation. What is it? Your emotions blind you to the truth. You could learn a lot from our robot friends. Calm and rational thought will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. I feel like he's giving us clues. Now then, do you remember the operating tables? Do you remember the operating table's one special feature? My girlfriend just came in from work. I steam, but I don't want to shower. I'm so lazy. But don't hug me. I steam, but I also want cuddles. Mood. That is mood. That is a mood. I feel your girlfriend on that one. I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there. Isn't that right? Oh, that's right. And to the defendant, who was just a child at the time, the table was like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. Oh, this is going down a dark route.
But in the end, my mum just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mum did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do.
You can't possibly be suggesting that she's trying using the operating table where you dismantle robots on her own mother.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking anyway, but still. What? I said Stardew after shower. She ran and now I hear the water. This young sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Ponko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought that machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. Oh, bless. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanish without a trace, so could her mom. But Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table... No, don't say another word. Fuck.
Game_changer 121.
Oh, I got a follow from Twitch. And now I can't get Twitch up. That is great. But thank you, Game Changer, if you came onto YouTube. Oh.
Thank you for the follow. Twitch doesn't work, but you can still watch stream on YouTube. Hot, hot.
Just stop. Was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true. Oh, Athena, what did you do? Order! Order in the court. Order in the court, I say. Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. On a human, darling. On a human! It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. I suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. It feels very true now. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right. Yeah. Evidence. Yeah. Let's see. Can't think of any. Right. Yeah. Great. Phoenix. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edward's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. It looked like it. What do I do? There has to be something, but I can't think of a single thing. Oh, who said objection this time? Blackquill! Prosecutor Blackquill. This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackquill, what are you talking about? What I'm talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? This Blackquill, this magpie head, come to save the day. But what is Prosecutor Blackquill trying to pull here? 7 years. For 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant did I not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor, and don't think you can alter that fact now. Your boldness, I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackquill, please go ahead. Right, let's go. We can do this. This is fabulous. Are we ready? Let's go. I'm ready, I think. I keep refreshing the Twitch page to see if anything pops up, but at the moment, nothing. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. I don't believe you, but when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then, I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. But little Ponko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words...
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. But which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. Okay. There was no dead body either, of course, meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Ponko described in her testimony? You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
Objection! Then how do you explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something? Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. And she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved a heavy robot for Athena. So she knows who Athena is. He knows who Athena is. This is awful. What he says seems to make sense, and yet
Objection!
it's still targeting Athena, prosecutor Blackwell. You trying even? Wait, no, he's targeting himself. Oh fuck. Are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Don't you realize we could bring the dark age of the law to a close today?
Objection!
Objection! You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into hell? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. Oh, fuck, I forgot about this. Oh yeah, now I remember. That's why his sister is having a bit of a hissy fit. And, you know, kidnapping and holding people hostage so that her brother could be free. It's all coming back to me. Alright. The truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? I'm gonna check if...
probably about an hour.
Sorry. Okay, so it's not Twitch. Twitch do be twitching. It's kind of annoying. Maybe it just doesn't like... Output. General. Appearance. Stream. No, not while I'm streaming. Okay, I will try and restart it again and see what happens. It worked! Guys, it worked! I don't know what happened, but it worked. That was weird. Anyway, sorry, Game Changer. I don't know if you saw my message. Thank you ever so much for the follow. That was weird. But whatever. It's back now. I just stopped the stream on Twitch and then restarted. It was very weird. Anyway, are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right. So let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the sticks. Hold it!
Don't do that, Dad. Don't forget I have hostages over here.
Oh my god, what was her voice?
Don't you dare, Dad. Don't forget I have hostages over here. And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her?
Miss Blackquill. Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackquill, you selfish! Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. To be fair, though, it wasn't Simon Blackwell's decision to have hostages being held. That was his sister's choice. He's not really selfish. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. Is this really happening? Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out of here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena if I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial? I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Fuck. can't let this happen. But I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. I don't remember his testimony. What was it? Hold it! Who says hold it now? Is it Fulbright? Athena! Athena, what are you? Are you feeling okay?
I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something.
If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might be just the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, Dono. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection! These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know?
What are you talking about?
Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me. He didn't kill her. His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her. Even now, every time I stand in the courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard, no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless.
Oh, forgot about him.
Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vice. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. Oh, poor Athena.
And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and became a lawyer.
Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It is all to save you from this false conviction.
But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You are the accused after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then...
The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth.
Athena is being so brave confronting her past like this. You go, Athena. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify one more time about the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain. For I am not a man who can be cut down easily.
Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart.
This little widget with a little wink. I love this bit. Let's go. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. So he was pissed. Okay. But when I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. So he seems happy to see her. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. Why are you so happy about it? Interesting. These are very interesting emotions. And then I committed the act. Ah, how cathartic it was. You're so happy about it.
His emotions are very guarded, and his defenses are way up. He steeled his will, as if he'll never let his secrets be known.
Oh, I don't know about that. We've got a couple of strong wills on our side too. Prosecutor Blackwell isn't the killer, and we're going to prove it.
But what was he trying to do that day, if we approach it from that angle? I bet we can find an emotion that just doesn't add up.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Mr. Sykes. He was mad. Is it this one? When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything strange here.
I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake, Mr. Wright. Fuck!
I think maybe you're right.
Let's take another look. There must be an unexpected emotion here somewhere.
So it's not here. Oh fuck, I didn't mean to do that.
I wanted to go back.
Maybe it's this one? Like, killing Dr.
He was pretty pissed.
No, it's not that one. Maybe it's the anger of seeing Athena. Oh wait! Happy to see Athena? This feeling of happiness. Even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena and hadn't found her yet, I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Okie dokie. I don't know, that makes sense. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down.
Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto.
I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then, bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena?
You got it, boss. Yes, Athena! We're so happy you're on our side.
I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I found Athena in the robotics lab, I was relieved. Good, good. So that's consistent. But I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes. What about this one? When? No, it's not that one. Ah, but when she did, I plunged the katana in. What's this now? We got a little something. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackquill. What?
Oh, he's a little bit mad. He's a little bit saddened.
When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorry for Athena and her circumstances while killing her mom. Okay. Okay. Gah, he can't be talking about that, can he?
Oh, it's just a convenient subject for her research.
Right. Dr. Sykes was so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Oh, yeah, I've heard about this. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. Was Athena being subjected to yet another experiment? I thought as I went to see. It's really bad because Athena's mom didn't seem that kind of person, even though she's a scientist. But doing experiments on your own daughter, that is insane. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. Oh, okay. That's a little different. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even harder to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his boldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already. Objection! I don't think so. Not while I'm around. We could do this. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? His emotions? Okay, let's look for inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Of course, I was worried. I hurried over and opened the door to the robotics lab. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. Okay. If you see an unusual out of place emotion, just point it out. Is there really an inconsistency in his emotions though? We could take a break and go back to looking for contradictory I like this. I think he has the right to be surprised and crying. Maybe this one?
Got it.
That one, yeah. How odd. Why would you register surprise at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine, I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko. That toy figure attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it? That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight, so I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That rickety old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Oh, you cheeky bitch. It's at 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. I'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind and will really are as sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Let's try his testimony. I think there might be an inconsistency in Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Alright, let's give it a thorough check then. With a feeling of dread, I opened the robotics lab door just then. Fine. Ponko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Wait, what? But wasn't Ponko charging? But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my lord, Dr. Sykes came in. So I had no choice but to kill my mentor.
Objection!
That one. Yeah, that was a bit odd. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which damned me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the blood stain at the end of Ponko's arm where it was severed with a katana? I hope you aren't claiming it's a robot's blood, Mr. Fighter. To be fair, that's what I was thinking. But whatever. No, most likely the blood was transferred from there for bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. You said in your testimony that you cut up Ponko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. Yeah, that's what I thought. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Ponko's arm in this picture. Not only that, but Ponko said that they were charging. Oh, but that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to Ponko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackwell, your entire testimony is nothing but one giant ball of lies. Well, we done that. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackwell, now. You have no idea what you're doing. His voice. There's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Oh, he's not happy. Phoenix, right. You well paid for this. Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave. Prosecutor Blackwell, you are on the witness stand. You are obligated to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I love that Edgeworth is not doing or saying anything. He's just standing there watching this whole scene. It's like, yes. I'm enjoying this. I don't need to butt in or anything, despite the fact I'm the prosecutor. I think whatever he really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. All right, let's have a look. Oh. Panic, panic. Following the sound of crying, I opened the lab door and then I saw that terrible scene. But before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I had no choice but to kill my mentor. Oh fuck. This voice, it hurts to even listen to it. He's been living with this pain inside him for all these years. And the root of it all is hidden somewhere in his testimony, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Please hurry. Please set him free, Mr. Wright. Following the sound of crying, I open the lab door and then probe. Oh, okay, no, that's not what I want to do. I saw it, that terrible scene. It's Athena. Something's happening to Athena. When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena is innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe that to be true? Right, Donna? I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Oh, curse you, Phoenix Wright. We get to see everything. It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. Oh, God. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor, and standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She looked so dead. Oh. She smiled. with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Oh God, that's scary." "Something's wrong with Mum, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." Oh. That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Possum finally tells the truth, and this is what it is. It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart? Oh, that is cruel. Oh, that's worse than I thought. Like, I knew it was there, but it's worse than I thought. So it was me? I'm the one who killed Mom? My mother? Athena! As I said, right, the truth isn't always pretty. But it wasn't as... We didn't think it was as awful as that. Murder, disassembling on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appears that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast aspersions on my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner? Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people, but she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes. My head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena, it's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power was much stronger than it is now. And those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. That can't be true. Then why? Why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew. That what happened to be some kind of mistake, I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself? You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I put it in the case, held Athena close, and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case on the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all of the facts of this case. No, not yet. It can't end like this. Objection. Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something. Anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. Actually, Phoenix Wright, remember one case where we defended an asshole? And we had to claim him as guilty because he just hurt so many people because he was an ass. Yeah, it's not always the case. The defense is prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright. Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. Have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the court give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then, if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena. Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared, and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. I see. Thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. But before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
Of course it'd be Phoenix, right? I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright? Of course he does. But Mr. Wright, why? I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument now is pointless. Objection! Don't tell me you forgot one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believe in the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
Objection! I said that you never change. But could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. I forgot about that! I did a little research. I looked into those special psych clocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. There might still be a memory that not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. We could do this! I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? I remember the weight. It didn't drop down the handle. It didn't. It's only on the blade. Girl. You don't remember a single thing. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event. I could just tell. If there is a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court.
Take that!
Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor.
But I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers.
That's exactly my point. If blood really did get on your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's no trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts.
You're right.
Oh my! Oh my!
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail. But she also said there's no question I remember it. A fact we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction with her memories means? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. Yes. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said it herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is porous, so doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than a katana? What are you up to this time? Ooh. This is it. This time I've found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Sykes' life was the katana, that much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Of course, he would ask that, yeah. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? He knows me too well. How does he do that? But I can't back down. Not here, not now. That's right, I did. Because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration. Yeah, I need to think as well, but there has to be something. Two photos. Wait a minute. Yeah, the toolbox. That was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. You mean this?
Take that!
But that's the murder weapon in the Clay Terran case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Terran's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives like this one are issued to Space Center employees, and the robotics labs especially we naturally have one of these around.
Objection!
But besides the katana, no other bladed weapon was found at the site. It was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
Objection! Of course I knew that, as you told me just now. Then here's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene, but it didn't contain any blades. Here is a photo of its contents. But something's missing. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd about the design on these handles? Therefore, there is no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
I disagree. This toolkit contained a knife. What proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You are the last person in the world who should be criticizing my aesthetic sense. Now, he is simply watching out for your ocular health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have a sort of design on them. Ah, I see. So I need to figure it out. But what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. if we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Just let it go, man. If you would. What pattern or design would we see if we were to rearrange the tools? Oh, we will see this.
Take that!
What design is this represent? The Gyaxo logo, Your Honor. It's on all of the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gyaxo is a program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gyaxo logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rocket motif it's got going. Gyaxo, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? We're getting somewhere. I think I see it now. But yes, well done. With just the tools as shown in this photo. The red A part of the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Terran case comes into play. If we were to place a utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gyaxo logo. So it would. That means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My aesthetic sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Ooh. Order in the court. Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim. Admittedly, Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembers couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? Yeah, how does that change anything? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was a utility knife? Don't be ridiculous. Why are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Miss Sykes could have put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then concealed the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. That does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If in fact the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. For you have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic. Well done, Phoenix. The prosecution has attempted to lead the court. Oh, for fuck's sake, Phoenix. You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. Oh, for fuck's sake. We're forcing us to forget the facts of this case. Need I remind you that there were only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder? Yeah, Phoenix. And that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands? No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife, as long as we know that the victim and the defendant were the only ones there. You cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. Your contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true, and the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that's where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? That's the 4th time he's screamed. I should make a tally every time Phoenix Wright screams. I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. Oh. But what if... Hi, Astro Dude. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? Mr. White, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you could do. It's a portmanteau of Gekton. Ah, that's quite interesting. Oh, very cool. And hi, Prince. How you doing? Welcome, welcome to the stream, you guys. Is giving up really the only option? I think it's bye-bye to Athena. No, snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in to doubt. I can't look back. Forward is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. Right. Just finished giving Max's pool a big old bath. Oh, who's Max? Is he your dog? I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her to the very end. A defense lawyer never gives up on his client. Technically, you know what, never mind. He's never going to remember that asshole pop star or actor or whatever he was. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. If I don't see a way, I'll just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. I design Twitch emotes, right? I don't. I commissioned someone else to design the to design the emotes for me. So I give them the ideas and the money, and then they design it for me. I'm not. I like drawing, but I don't think I'm artsy. I don't think I'm not artsy enough for creating emotes. Therefore, they're made by smarter people, more creative people. No, it's not me. Max is my... Oh, so cute. I love tortoises. No, it is not me. I just stream. I just play games and stream. Time to rethink this case thoroughly. Yes, I can see the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with a utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken a utility knife from the lab? Someone else? Third person was at the scene. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude there was a third person at the scene. Yes, but according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only two there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. So the person's dead! Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence, but she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Simon Blackwell? Cover their face and pose as Prosecutor Blackwell? But Ponko already said she recognized the real Blackwell. I guess two prosecute isn't the answer. Back to the drawing board. Could have covered their face and posed. Oh, Ponko! Oh. I thought it would be Aura with a goddamn robot. So how would that work? If the culprit poses the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. The ID. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes was already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit! Aura, you are so fucking done. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and then pretended to be her. The real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You are absolutely right, Prosecutor Edward. I hereby... Objection! I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second, because I realized something so shocking I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that... it is super hyper flawed. You are so right. It gets people away from everything. But now I know for a fact that Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me. She witnessed the moment of the crime. Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was a third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What? I can hear Blackwell and Edgeworth going, this shall be interesting. Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your ludicrous grab it for time?
Objection!
After all, we've been through Mr. Edgeworth. I'm disappointed. It's a guilty until proven innocent, and then the whole we named a culprit, therefore we will not investigate anyone else. That's so true. Third person. There is always a third person. When in doubt, a third person. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Ha! You make that pose all the time regardless of the facts. Ponko's strange malfunction.
Mr. Terran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay?
Mr. Terran, but that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Oh no, she had a valley voice. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag, all because Ponko couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous things, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't count for much, I'm afraid. Because by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? Oh, there's that mad face again. So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor. The person Miss Sykes stabbed This third person who was posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's... impossible! Why are you mad? I thought we're all about the truth.
A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask?
Without the cloth, but sure. Order in the court. Miss Sykes, did you say something?
A mask? Yes, I remember
Oh! Athena? What is it? Oh, she's terrified.
I remember a man with a mask. How could he? What did he do to my mother?
Took a nap. It'd be working now. It's working. I know. I don't know how I got it to work, but it is working, and that is important. Edward is all about the truth, but you'll get a deeper insight to his way of doing things in Spirit of Justice's DLC case. What? Spirit of Justice's DLC case?
My head.
Miss Sykes, are you alright?
No!
The Black Cyclops. They're breaking. It's all coming back to me. Everything that It's Turnabout Time Traveler. Ooh, that would be super duper fun. I believe there's a special episode after this one. They're gone. The Black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day.
I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then...
It's all right. I'm right here. You're safe, Athena.
She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face, but I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there.
A man?
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Oh, Phoenix! Go on, Athena.
He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there, and he dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Then he kicked me and I passed out. I wonder who it is. Athena also used one of these to stab the Phantom's hand years ago. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her. I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mum, so I'm taking her apart to fix her.
So that's why she said that. It still sounds very eerie. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant has just given us critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face and put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mum's Japanese theatre mask. I think it was someone hanging on the wall of the lab. Ah, this mask hanging here on the wall. It's kind of spooky, that mask. My mum used to tell me that a no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. A phantom? Ooh. It would seem that a new suspect has emerged. And that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... Hold it! So many hold it's! Oh, it's you.
You say this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict.
Mrs. Blackwell, this is not good.
A new suspect? Where's the proof this person ever existed?
I forgot she's here.
Who says it wasn't all just a dream? And the little princess's groggy little head.
Ooh, can we kill her instead? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. But I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. to recharge.
I went to the robotics lab at about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in and hugged Mommy Metis. And then Mommy Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything.
I see where you're going with this. If Mommy Metis was really the killer in disguise. Right, then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence? Yes. This one. Why can't I present? That can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. Yes, I just saw it. But thank you.
Take that!
This piece of evidence will reveal the identity of the person who came to the lab. Will it? Wait, what? Why not? It showed the time. It showed the time. It's an estimated time of death. Boo! Okay, what's this one? No, it's not that. No, that's not that. No, it's not that. I'm hoping somewhere something has a clock. The answer is no, they don't have a clock. Maybe I like to figure this out myself. Oh, here we go. So that's not that. Possibly have been captured anywhere? Any evidence? It's not that. Hello! What's this? We found it!
Take that!
No? But that was the man, wasn't it? Could have been the day before. Oh, hang on, there's a jacket there. And there's a cloth. But it doesn't show the time. Yeah, could you give me hints? Especially since I really need to go because I start work at 8. This is the only possible conclusion. There's a piece of evidence about an exit. No, that's robot with a heart. That's no, it's not that. It's not that. It's thought to be through. No, it's before 2 p.m. Something about... Oh no, it's not that. Something about an exit. So it's not this leaflet. Let's have a look. Not this either. I don't think it's this. No, it's definitely not that. Maybe it is the leaflet. It's the only place I could find that has the time. Yeah. I tried this one, that didn't work. Like, this isn't giving me a time. This happened after the murder. It's a security recording. I don't have a... Is it a security... Is it this? The 7-year-old video? I'll give it
Take that!
I'll give it a go. Oh, why is that? This is Prosecutor Blackwell leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. Oh, just a single picture. Yeah, well, it's not showing me anything else. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? Oh. I don't see anything in the investigation report. It looks like they didn't check. Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage, it'll go back to around 2 p.m. to investigate it further. That made so much sense. You think with recordings they would, you know, be at it with the videos and look at every single scene, would you? But no. Just that one bit about Blackwell, that's more important. We should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. If he jump scares me like 5 nights, please stop it right there. But I did try the newspaper man. It's just like you said, there is a man leaving the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. But what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes's. It was one of the worst cases ever. Video thing in Apollo Justice. I've tried to remember. I feel like it's been forever ago. I think I know which one you mean. Can you see it? There's a slash I made with a utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then... everything Miss Sykes said... Exactly. It proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Turnabout Serenade. Oh, it's the one about the blind woman singing in Klaus's band, isn't it? It's that one. Oof. Yeah, that one's quite rough. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Sorry, not Klaus. Clavia. Clavia Gavin. That was it. And hid her face with a handkerchief. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and masks that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes. Oh, which one's Rise from the Ashes? All the cases are blurred to me, so you're going to have to be a bit specific. Thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time, or to disguise the real time of death. It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. Oh, trust Edgeworth to, like, keep me awake. I need to get to bed. I need to wake up at 6. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that's right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket at the scene confirms beyond doubt that it belonged to the victim. If the person who left the lab truly was wearing the victim's jacket, then how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? It'd be a good stopping point. Oh, nice. I thought so. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Because surely at some point after this, after the break, we will look into the mysterious man. No, the killer wouldn't have brought it back. Why would he bring it back? Would he bring it back? The victim wouldn't bring it back. Definitely not. She is dead. She's dead. Who's the defendant? If that's the only place, that's a... Oopsie, did not mean to do that. It must be this one. Mr. Sykes brought the jacket back to the lab. I see, so you're saying Miss Sykes is an accomplice then?
Objection!
I'll believe in Miss Sykes' complete innocence to the bitter end, but then we're done. Ah, fuck. Yeah, Aura, I made a mistake. I hate multi-choices. For some reason I can't... Athena's gone. Oh no, retry from the scene. So it must be the killer then. Why would the killer come back then? What a stupid idiot. The killer used the jacket as a disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradiction resolved. Would have been except that it would have been impossible. The only person who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackwell and the people who reported the body, and they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. Killers always return to the scene of the crime. True. So they are mad. That is true. So when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? When the body was found. At the time of the murder? But no. The time of the murder was before. When the body was... But the body was found by Athena. No, it can't be the time of the murder because he left. When the body was found. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of that split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. Would never have thought of that. No, I wouldn't either. My head hurts. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the Space Probe's capsule in preparation for the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theatre mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does this mean? I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, right? Yes! Not that this was ever an official trial anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Thank you, Edgeworth! Is it true? What does this mean? I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? Oh, I'm the one who's supposed to say, I see no need to further prolong. No, not you either, Your Honor. Now silence.
The little princess who was truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years hating Athena was the only thing that's kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on?
Leave. Leave. Miss Blackwell. The way I use her voice makes it sound so unserious. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner.
Isn't it? Shut up, Simon! You're not exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted.
Wait, was she in love with her? Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there is something I've wanted to say, if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on whom Metis's murderer is. You do? Right, Dono, you asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. The Phantom. The person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew naught about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time, I was working with the police to hunt him down, and then one day a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. Oh, how exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality was too poor for proper voice analysis. Yet I had hope. Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. Somebody did mention about a spy. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results and the recording were surely among his targets. That's why she was killed. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them? But where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Oh, I forgot about the birds. I worked to lure the Phantom in my spreading rumours throughout the underworld. I was even granted permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher, became my taunt. And what about the results Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here. Oh my god, you can see for yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I'd better hold on to this real tight. Are we done? Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart, don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives and set what ails us all into motion. The Phantom indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems a faint image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end.
Whatever, I know what you want.
You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's fine. Don't say that! Someone is going to say objection. Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, The defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. Of course it's going to be an objection. Who is it this time? I really hate that. Apollo, for once I would actually like you to stay down. Apollo, what is the meaning of this?
Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You've uncovered the truth from 7 years ago when you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet.
Yeah, I best save this and start. How do I save? To be continued. Oh, it is saving here. Oh, the fabulous. Oh, thank goodness. I thought Apollo is going to be, you know, stop what you're doing right now. Okay. Return to games menu. We are going to leave it here because it is 20 past midnight and I need to wake up at 6 a.m. This is quite bad, but we're getting through it. We are getting through it. This is good. Get some good work. Thank you, Prince. If I am up for it, tomorrow will be Baldur's Gate 3, where I have to deal a combat with that god-awful orc. Baldur's Gate 3, where I have to deal with... Lol. So it'll be Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. Then Assassin's Creed Liberations on Saturday. Probably Saturday night, because I'll be out in the afternoon. And then on Sunday it would be some Pokemon, so that would be exciting. Working with while you stream, very nice. Excuse me. I see who is available to raid. But yeah, that trial takes a very long time, but we got there in the end. I jumped out of my skin, yes, Zoe. My sneezes are quite bad. Ooh. What's the adorable adventure? Wait, what's the Octopath Traveler? Am I allowed to raid Games Done Quick? We love games done quick. I don't know what Octopath Traveler is, but someone is doing a speed run of it. Yay, we can! Do check out the Games Done Quick because they do speed runs from probably your favorite games. And we love that. We love that. They did like Spyro, they did Bugs Life, and now they're doing Octopath Traveler. So I'm all for that. Anyway. Do take care. Sorry for the break. I was on a call with my dad. That took longer than I thought. And sorry about the Twitch issues. Don't know what's going on with Twitch. Twitch just suddenly stopped working, but we got there in the end. We got there anyway in the end. Anyway, do take care, guys. Also, if you want to watch more of my streams, here is my YouTube page because I multi-stream between Twitch and YouTube. So if you ever want to watch more of my streams, or if you missed Apollo Justice streams today, it's happily streamed on YouTube. So do check it out. Anyway, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and hopefully I shall see you guys tomorrow for some Baldur's Gate 3. Do take care. Bye-bye.